Friends, now I don't know if you've realised from watching my channel over the years that I'm not actually... Hey friends, now I don't know if you've realised from watching my channel over the years, other elements of why top there, which is, definitely '21. Various other projects here as well, so we'll skip that. And then we need to choose a product option, so we can have ReactOS Server or Workstation. So on Server, the system will be recognized as a server. Private folders are independent from my documents. What's Workstation? I guess it just means whether you want to do network shares by the looks of it, so we'll give it a try on Server here. We can customize our locale settings. Yeah, that looks fine. And then the keyboard, yeah, it's already on English. As you can see, it's cutting off the bottom of the screen here a little bit in VirtualBox, but I could scale it, which makes it all fat, so yeah, I think we'll just go into this for now. Hopefully we can solve that in the graphics drivers later. Yeah, keyboard's been detected fine. Reboot now for language? No? Weird. Then we'll put our name in here. Yeah, this is almost exactly like installing Windows 2000. Even down to the weird name that they give you a machine. An administrator password. I don't think we need that. Then my time zone is correct, it's very early in the morning here. And now we can pick a theme for ReactOS. Now it's currently on Classic by the looks of it. And that's cool actually that it changes in the installer, so you have to wait till it boots. We have Meizu, Luna. I think we'll go with the classic one, that looks a bit more like Windows 2000, like I mentioned before. Typical settings. It will be part of the domain, yeah, we'll add it to my network shares, why not, in Workgroup. ReactOS could not find a WineGecko package, which is needed for embedding HTML to work correctly. Okay, install it. Okay, now our first problem here, it looks like maybe I haven't configured the internet connection properly, or there are no drivers installed maybe, so we can skip that for now. Okay, now it's going to do the reboot. I'm impressed at how responsive and how quickly we're going through the installer here. As I said, compared to those old versions of Windows, this is flying. Here we go. We found a new device driver for system device. Yeah, that's very vague. Okay, tried it automatically. Driver couldn't be found. Okay. This one for the audio device, okay, installed automatically. Couldn't be found. Right, this could be because we haven't got a network connection working. But as we can see here, we are on the ReactOS desktop, and yeah, wow, this looks very much like Windows 2000, doesn't it? Even down to the start menu there in the corner. Yeah, look at that. And we'll have a look through some of the install programs and settings very soon. I haven't done a very good job at this though. But I wonder if, I did read that you can install the VirtualBox guest editions to get graphics drivers and audio working. And as you can see here, ReactOS is reporting as Windows NT version 5.2, which I think, what was that? Windows XP? Alright, so NT 5.2 is actually Windows Server 2003, so actually a little bit newer than Windows XP. So hopefully we can install the guest editions from VirtualBox for Server 2003, and it should work. If ReactOS does what it says it does, and can run Windows programs. So I've installed the CD image there, go into my computer, and there you go, we can see it there. So I got that installed by the looks of it, we'll give it a reboot, and hopefully we've now got graphics and audio drivers working, and we can make it full screen. And there we go. The virtual screen is currently set to 8-bit color mode. I wonder if these work now. Nope. But we should be able to put it into full screen mode now, and there we go. It's not all stretched out, we've actually got a decent display resolution here. So let's go into the same way you do it from Windows, changing the screen resolution properties, and yeah, this looks identical. So I think we go into settings. Yeah, we can actually put that up to... I've got a 16:9 monitor, so maybe that would work. Let's try putting it in true color as well. Or maybe 24-bit, let's try that. Okay, so I've been experimenting with different screen resolutions for a couple of minutes, and unfortunately it seems that the only way that I can get the TrueColor 32-bit graphics depth is by running it in 960 by 498 resolution, which obviously is a pretty low screen resolution in 2021, but if I change it to anything else, it keeps defaulting back to 256 colors, and everything looks really washed out on screen. But actually, for the purposes of doing a video, 960 by 498 is probably ideal actually, because you can see everything I'm doing on the screen without me having to keep zooming into different areas. So we'll stick with it for the rest of this vid, and hopefully it won't cause too many problems. But while we're in the display properties, which again looks very, very similar to those old school versions of Windows, I thought we'd have a little look at what else we can change from here. As you can see, there are some of those themes that we saw on the installer that actually we can just jump right into from here without having to reinstall ReactOS. So let's see what those look like. Now this one is called Lotus, so if we apply that, as you can see, everything changes to this really dark theme here. The start menu, you know, you've got that kind of black ReactOS logo in the corner there. We have one called Luna, which actually I thought Luna might be similar to Windows XP, you know, with rounded corners and everything, you know, the Fisher-Price theme, as we used to call it, which is called Luna, but actually looks a bit more like a kind of dark mode. We also have Mizu in there as well, or Mizu. Which I do quite like that one, actually. That looks quite modern. That kind of flat look that you get in modern versions of Windows. And there's actually one called Modern, which again, another dark kind of theme. I'm not a fan of really using dark modes, really. I generally prefer light themes in my operating systems, you know, to keep me awake. On this one, I think we'll go back to the classic theme. You know, I much prefer that Windows 2000 kind of look. And we have some different color schemes in here as well, some of which actually look like they've been lifted straight from the old versions of Windows. Yeah, like that pumpkin. I remember that one. Wheat. Eggplant, that was definitely Windows. I think I did use that one for a while in Windows 98. ReactOS Classic, which is, you know, a 95, 98 theme by the looks of it. Forgot about WebPad. And there are quite a lot one here, LibreOffice. Now, this is actually quite a big office suite, so the fact that they've got this installing and working fine in here, but I imagine it's got quite a lot of dependencies, the Windows version of it. It's going to be a good test of it. So, yeah, as you can see, we can make a document, a spreadsheet, got that covered using this older version of Firefox. So that's something we can tick off the list of things that we need to do. And I've even managed to get Google Drive launching inside Firefox here. Now, admittedly, it is absolutely crawling, and there are some rendering issues, probably because of the low screen resolution, but it looks like it is usable in here. We can create a new document. We do get the message that, oh, there we go. We got our first blue screen of death. Right in the middle of trying to do something in Google Drive. Again, you know, like I said, it's alpha software, so these things are to be expected. So we'll do a quick reboot of the machine. And a quick reboot later, and we're back into ReactOS. So we did get Google Drive working in there, you know, slowly before we got the blue screen of death. So I think we can tick off web browsing. I mean, Firefox, even though it's a few years old, should do pretty much everything I need apart from video streaming. So quite impressed with how well that ran, actually. What else did we install in here as well? We did have a couple of games I installed, including Hover, which I don't think ran the installer. It just used WinZip to place the files somewhere on the hard disk here, but I'm not exactly sure where. So let's have a look around. Oh, there it is. We detected you're not running in 256. It will still run. Yeah, we're running in true color mode, so that should be fine. And F2 to start the game. Well, no, to play Hover. And again, that's running really, really smoothly in here. Actually nicer than when I ran this inside a Windows 98 virtual machine in a video recently. So, yeah, these early 3D Windows games appear to run quite nicely inside ReactOS. So I downloaded and installed a bunch of different programs from the Applications Manager with varying degrees of success. Now, apart from the odd graphical glitch here and there, I've got to say most of them ran really well. And these are programs that I used to use daily back in the Windows XP era, some of which I still use quite regularly today. And a lot of the time, if it wasn't for the ReactOS logo on the start menu in the corner of the screen, I could actually forget that I was running ReactOS and imagine I was using Windows 2000 instead. The experience really is that similar until you run into something that completely locks the system up, which I've got to say happens a lot more when using ReactOS than it did on the older versions of Windows in my experience. But again, this is alpha quality software. So there you go, that's been ReactOS. Just a little demo to kind of show you where it's at the moment. And to answer the title to this video, can it replace Windows in 2021? Well, obviously not. And really, to be honest, it probably couldn't even replace Windows in 2001 in its current state. But instead of, you know, usually when I watch videos about ReactOS, this will be the bit in the conclusion.
I think the like counting the cash out and then leaving, I feel like the person who counted the cash out.
Oh, they're as far up their own ass as
yeah.
100%.
And they're very ego hurt.
100%.
Like you just like kind of going in and be like, wow, LOL, and then leaving is fine in my opinion.
Look, I wouldn't do it, but I think it's funny.
Sure.
That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I mean, this entire interaction, this entire world is funny.
Oh yeah.
Can we agree on that at least?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. For me, I don't value what they're selling at all. And for me, I don't need any of it. Like I look at it and I'm just like, yeah, in some cases, right? Like it's stuff that if I wanted to, like it's not a secret what car I drive.
Yeah, you could.
It's actually better for me to just be able to really, honestly, sincerely say, I could, but I actually wouldn't. Because it's ridiculous. Dude, diamonds have come down so much. Like compared to when I bought Yvonne her engagement ring, which was, 14 years ago or whenever it was. I should know that. Yeah, no, I'm right though. So I got it, so we're good. So compared to when I bought Yvonne her engagement ring 14 years ago, dude, we were just like at like a more like regular jewelry store because I was like, okay, have I just completely lost touch with the market, right? Because we were looking at some of the stuff at like Tiffany and Harry Winston. So we were just like looking at some stuff. They've got like these huge lab-grown diamonds that are like, $5 grand. They would have been $25,000, $30,000 like even 10 years ago. It's crazy. I mean, it's a good thing because they were ridiculously overpriced. They're still ridiculously overpriced. But it seems like, if you just want like a gemological, symbol of whatever, it seems like they're a lot more
Gemological?
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, gemological is a word, but I didn't use it correctly. If you just want like a gem like symbol of something, boy, are they ever more affordable. So that's one thing that isn't affected by inflation so much. Dude, lab-grown diamonds. Apparently, you can buy. Yvonne found a lab-grown diamond machine on like AliExpress, or Alibaba or something.
You just make your own?
You have to. I mean, you need like access to like seed diamonds, and you need like super high power because you need like a freaking ton of power. So that's the thing. Lab-grown diamonds are like not eco-friendly. In case you were wondering.
Oh.
Like yeah, mining the earth or whatever is like not eco-friendly or whatever. But lab-grown diamonds also not eco-friendly.
You have a lot of power at the lab. The lab building has tons of power.
Yeah,
it used to be a steel plant.
Maybe no, it was sheet metal fabrication.
Oh.
So they didn't like make steel. They just like bent it.
So a lot of power needed for that.
Yeah.
A lot of power at the lab.
LTT lab grown diamonds. Let's go. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
LTT lab.
Let me see if I can find this.
You can do it.
Oh, here's a tester
Yeah,
machine.
not the same. Yeah, but it still requires a ton of power. There's a huge amount of power at the lab. Get all right.
Lab grown diamond tester. Oh, here it was. Maybe I'm the one who sent this to her. Yeah, Ars Technica article.
It's 200 grand. There's something on Alibaba that's 200 grand.
Why not? Dude, there's everything on Alibaba.
Fair enough.
Here it is.
Wow.
Synthetic diamond making machine.
Whoa, it's big.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, it's like a whole thing.
Wow.
Like actually, for real, I don't know if we could power this thing there. Ultra high pressure press machine, whatever. Because you need a ton of heat, you need a ton of pressure, and even then, it's not instantaneous. Cool, huh?
Wow.
Should we do a review?
Yeah.
Widely used, domestic super hard material industry, whatever.
I wonder how long it would take to get an ROI off something like that.
I don't know. I mean, at the rate that diamond values are plummeting, probably a while.
This is probably why.
Langley Man says LTT diamond encrusted gold Xbox controller. Let's go.
You like one in every one in every, I don't know, 50,000 orders on LTT store is diamond encrusted.
Jerry Rig Everything apparently did a video recently on the process of man-made diamonds.
Wow.
Wild, dude. Who's leaving reviews of this machine? Apparently there's a review of it. Hold on, I missed this. I don't see it, you guys. That's okay. I think we've probably exhausted the interestingness of this topic at this point.
Yeah.
But yes, diamond shopping at Harry Winston.
Amazing.
Yep. It's wild to me like how much inventory there is in this stuff. Like not even that, because I can understand having a bunch of inventory at your London like flagship store or whatever. Sure, yeah, fine. But I was at the airport and there was like I think Citizen, I don't know, some watch brand, and just like they're in the store, they're the $40,000 watch. And sure, a lot of that is just markup. Like it's not real. It's not real value. It's what hopefully someone will pay for it, but it's not actual. They didn't pay that much for it. But in cases like that, that's probably a gold watch. Like it actually does have like actual cost of materials in it. And so that's just one location in one airport. Like the amount of inventory these companies have to carry, it's flipping wild to me. Are that many people buying these things?
Do you think they self-recycle? Because you could pluck the gems, melt the gold, and probably reuse the timepiece itself.
I doubt it, because I think if they did that,
lose like the face.
someone would leak it, and it would come out that they like were melting them down and they couldn't sell them, and it would like reflect badly on the brand. I totally don't think so. Someone says, make as advised, I buy them secondhand as my full-time job. I can even understand that though. Like I could almost, okay, like almost even like the worst depreciating asset, the worst money-burning purchases, like cars and jewelry or whatever else, they can be appreciating assets if you're an extremely savvy buyer.
For sure.
And like I would have no problem. I wouldn't want to spend money on a watch, but I'd have no problem tying up some cash in a watch that would hold its value or whatever else. Again, it's not a thing that has a ton of value to me. Like I got a unicorn on my watch, Like I just need to tell the time, and also I have a unicorn on my watch.
And it moves.
Yeah, it like grins at me when I want to tell the time, right? Like I don't know, man. Like I just don't really care. But if you're the kind of person that cares about that, then apparently Patek Philippe watches have unicorns on them. Says Ether Dark, is that right?
I was gonna say that sounds like a Patek Philippe complication.
Really?
Those guys are crazy.
I don't know. Maybe I'd be into that.
No, it'd be analog.
Entropy says buy pinball machines. Those feel like they've kind of peaked. I don't know, man. I feel like the nostalgia for pinball machines is only gonna.
The generation that liked them,
Yeah.
I think, hit their peak purchasing.
What's pinball?
Yeah. Is that a computer?
Does that come on Windows XP?
I don't know what Windows XP is anymore.
Yeah, I really don't know about that, guys. Okay, what else we got? I do want a pinball machine, but I want it to play it. I don't want it to like have it appreciate.
One last thing. This is the most prestigious point of a page. Not prestigious. Most pretentious point of a page I think I've ever scrolled to in my life. Oh yes, I'm just lounging back in my chair, evaluating my box of enormous gems and also a tiara. Next to that is something that proclaims that I'm the king of an expensive thing. Yes, very good.
Wow.
I'm a man of many brilliant facets, much like the rare jewels that I built my life around. Yes.
In fairness to him, he didn't write that.
Yeah, he probably thought it. I'm leaving now. This website just makes me mad.
I don't know. Federal judge approves California's ban on addictive feeds for minors and notification restrictions. A federal judge has upheld a law signed by California's governor that restricts serving addictive feeds to minors unless the platform obtains verifiable parental consent. The new law makes it unlawful for the operator of an addictive internet-based service to provide an addictive feed to a user unless the operator does not have actual knowledge that the user is a minor. It also restricts sending notifications to minors between 12 and 6 a.m. and between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, August through May.
Nice.
The judge granted a preliminary injunction against the notification provisions, stating that NetChoice is likely to succeed on its First Amendment claim. However, he denied injunctions against all other provisions of the law. Tech lobby NetChoice, which represents Google, Meta, and Snap, challenged the law on the basis that it violates the First Amendment. Opponents claim it could restrict non-minors' access to feeds. Okay, who cares? And means that platforms would need to gather more private information on their users, as if most social media doesn't already know our age. This was meant to be just kind of like a quick update, but yeah, they're finally regulating addictive social media for kids.
Sort of.
Look at
that. Because everybody's just going to say they're not a kid.
Yeah.
I think the only way this is actually going to be maybe helpful is if your parent already makes it so that like your device is locked down or whatever.
Right. But I mean, that's not the state's job to make sure that parents parent.
Yeah.
But at least this is providing tools for parents to actually restrict access to this stuff. I don't know.
Would you prefer, as a parent, prefer that the options were available or that it's enforced by the law? Because like
I prefer to have the tools. Nice, good, granular tools, easy to use tools. I would love to see state money go into educating parents and making information about these tools available to me.
Yeah.
Like if Meta was forced,
a lot of parents have no idea this is a
if
thing.
Meta was forced to advertise these tools to people who are likely parents, I'd be down for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like we've had media laws for a long time. There's like in Canada, for instance, you've been required to have a certain amount of Canadian content if you broadcast in Canada. Like I could see social media platforms that have addictive features. Much like you force the cigarette companies to have warnings on their packages. You basically say, okay, look, 10% of your ad impressions are going to have to be, warning parents about, or like warning people about, or providing them with access to tools, like gambling too. Like they have to spend a certain amount of their proceeds on. Or not a certain amount of the proceeds, rather, on their advertisements, they have to have like the helpline and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'd like to see a similar approach where you are sort of forced to build awareness for the tools to manage this addiction.
Yeah,
it's
because,
not perfect.
Because like you said, it's not the state's job to parent. It's like making this making it a law that notifications can't come through between a certain time. It's like, okay, that seems cool, but I don't also necessarily want the government making that a law. I think making it a law that has to be an option for the parent to select. I think that's like, okay, cool, nice. I don't know. Either way.
Details have emerged about 2 sovereign Russian game systems. Russian President Vladimir Putin called for Russia to look at producing stationary and portable game consoles along with an operating system and a cloud-based distribution system back in March of 2024 after major game makers halted official sales to Russia. The first console is based on the homegrown dual-core Elbrus processor, which uses a very long instruction word architecture. The Elbrus processor has previously been described as completely unacceptable for most tasks.
Nice.
Hold on, where's our first system here? Hold on. Oh, no pictures? Are there any pictures of these? Luke, do you want to check the sources while I keep you on the thing?
Sure.
The second system is a cheap gaming stick being developed by prominent Russian telecoms company MTS. It includes an Xbox-style controller and is based on low-end hardware with just enough power to connect to a cloud-based gaming service called MTS Fog Play.
One sec, sorry, are you looking for the Elbrus processor or the consoles?
Consoles.
Got it.
Fog Play, I love that. It's fog. It's not the cloud, it's the fog. All the heavy lifting is done in a data center. Neither of these is expected to have the power to compete head-on with industry leaders, so Russian politicians are asking developers to create unconventional games. A third portable system is reportedly being developed by Rosa IT Research and Development Center, though details are sketchy at best.
Not really getting pictures.
Bummer. What am I looking at here, Jordan? His discussion question is, did you see that Tetris Minesweeper hybrid?
Yeah.
What is this to do with this topic?
Tetris is from Russia,
Okay.
and it's a video game.
Okay. What am I looking at here? So you have to...
Tetris, but then you also have to play Minesweeper at the bottom. I don't understand. The only thing I don't get is how does the game work? Like, how does the Minesweeper? I understand you're playing Minesweeper.
Good lord.
But why does it matter?
Okay, well, maybe it's a score multiplier? Oh my god. But like, coming soon. Okay, wow, good luck. My brain...
Okay, score 2 point something times.
I know I said when we last spoke, and I was going off to get married, that we would not speak again. I know I...
Okay.
My brain would hurt. So my brain hurts just watching that.
Oh, I would love that. That would work great for me.
No,
I think these are the only official photos. This.
Okay.
Because this looks like it says Fog Play.
Yeah.
So I think this is the stick.
Yeah.
And this thing probably interacts with the stick.
That's a cheap
And
Android
then
streaming box remote. Yeah.
The other console said that it had an Xbox-like controller, so I think this is the only thing we get to see is that controller. So I think
Okay.
this is it.
Well, good luck, everybody.
Yeah.
Here's a fun one.
Sorry, someone in Flipplane chat said Fog Play ? Kinky, you need to get offline a little bit more often.
On January 1st at 8:40 a.m., a bomb was set off at Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. The suspected bomber used a Cybertruck to deliver the payload. Fortunately, most of the explosion apparently went upward, and even the windows of... The hotel were not broken, and I think there was only a couple minor injuries. So that's could have been a lot worse. Obviously, never good. Could have been worse though. Later that day, the Las Vegas police expressed their gratitude to Elon Musk. Quote: "He gave us quite a bit of additional information in regards to how the vehicle was locked after it exploded due to the nature of the force from the explosion, as well as being able to capture all of the video from Tesla charger stations across the country. He sent that directly to us, so I appreciate his help on that."
Yeah. This obviously raised extra questions about Tesla's control over their vehicles. It's no secret that the network Tesla built, superchargers, the phone app, the remote access, etc., is a huge selling feature for the car. But people are bringing the concerns up about camera access, which is a recurring topic on the WAN show, actually. This is similar to an incident that happened roughly in 2019 to 2022, where a group chat was being used to send invasive videos and images recorded by customers' cars, which we also reported on. Cool. Discussion question. Features like built-in dash cams are becoming more popular in vehicles. Should companies immediately have access to this footage, or is this something that customers should opt into? My car gets so much cooler like every day. I'm so okay with having the car that I still have. It's so great. Every time I get into it, I just feel a wave of appreciation for the fact that it just turns on and works and gets me where I need to go, and there's really nothing else going on, and it's great.
So all the Elon stands that like crap on me every time I'm like, hey, the guy stands for nothing and has no principles whatsoever, like obviously. Are you guys done with that now?
No.
Like is this no warrant, no nothing? Is this not like the least American thing ever?
It feels like it to me.
Can y'all stop?
I don't think this is just Tesla, I would say.
Oh no. No, it's no.
I want to make that point for sure.
It's just the way the defenders try to twist these actions
sure.
is very is very difficult for me to stomach. When the red flags are not just red flags, they're like on fire, you know? They're burning flags.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, this is great. Ani Hikage says, I have a 23-year-old car, and I want to convert the drivetrain to electric and keep it for another 23 years.
Sick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Next topic.
Yeah.
Meta kills AI-generated profiles after uproar. Meta has removed 28 AI-generated Instagram profiles that they first launched in 2023. This was today I learned they have their own profiles. Had no idea.
Yeah, my discussion question for this was, aren't these platforms supposed to be actively working against AI profiles?
When do they have their own?
Anyway, carry on.
It's weird to read this. The profiles were removed following widespread social media outrage and concerns about blackface as a service.
So here's some context for that.
What?
This is not real. Her kids are not real.
Okay. Is that relevant?
Yes. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her profile, because basically there's a lot of
What?
It's bad.
Okay.
Just trust me.
All
It's,
right.
I'll find it for you, but
Okay.
it's really, really
Don't we
bad.
just keep going?
Yeah, you can carry on.
But Meta says that it will continue to push AI-generated content in all of its platforms. Okay. Meta plans to use the AI-generated characters to drive engagement on its platforms and expect AI to coexist with human accounts on its platforms over time. The internet is fake. The accounts were apparently not actively posting anymore, but would still respond to interactions, so they're still like running, I guess, because they're bots. 404 Media's Jason Kobler stated that the currently viral Meta AI profiles are old and already inactive because they were such a colossal failure and were indistinguishable from AI spam. This inevitable future Zuckerberg is trying to shove down our throats is being completely rejected, and went on to give a rundown of some of the generated profiles.
Okay, so here's one of the profiles for you.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
Got it.
So you see what I mean now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Can you imagine being in the boardroom where that seemed like a good idea?
Wow. That's kind of epic. That's cool. That's
Yeah,
cool. That's
wow.
Cool. That's cool. That's cool. So wait, hold on. So our generated AI profiles have like very notable identities. Interesting.
And are, by assuming those identities, you know, that seem to be very racially and culturally derived,
Yeah.
are achieving something.
What exactly?
Oh my God. So cool.
Okay, that's weird. Well, I'm happy those already lost.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost the battle.
So
Not the
isn't
war.
that representation of visibility though? But it's representation of an AI bot. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not a person. So it being like, I don't even want to get into it. But it's
Yeah, it's
not
probably
the
not a
same.
safe space for you.
Yeah. It's
don't-
not the same.
As like, you know, the cis white male patrol here.
Yeah.
I think that
we have one beard white male guy, one non-beard white male guy.
Yeah.
We have two one beard white male guy.
one of our white guys is even blonde.
What are you? Are you not blonde?
Brownish.
You're a little bit of blonde. There's a little bit of blonde in
Please, that's gray.
there. All right.
The point is just that like, this ain't our place to get super deep into.
No.
Other than that, this is clearly ridiculous and should be laughed at / yelled at.
Okay, I guess for me, what I would say is if there was a white bearded dude that was an AI profile and it was like, I'm straight. I'm a proud straight white guy. I'd be like, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
I don't want that. You're an AI thing. Just be that.
I mean,
that's
that's
fine.
probably not an AI thing. That's probably a real profile, unfortunately.
I'm sure it exists somewhere, but just don't have any of that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
none of it.
Just have none of that. Just be a little robot thing. It's fine. My goodness.
Anywho, the FCC has been blocked from reinstating net neutrality rules. Just a reminder that voting matters. A U.S. appeals court has blocked the FCC from reinstating net neutrality rules, which require internet service providers to treat internet data end users equally, forbidding fast and slow lanes. For those of you who aren't up to speed on this, net neutrality is a really, 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 really good thing. Such rules were initially implemented in 2015 by the FCC under the Obama administration, but were then repealed in 2017 under Trump. Biden's FCC voted to reinstate the rules in April of 2024, but they have not yet gone into effect. The Sixth Circuit judges said a key factor in their decision was the Supreme Court's June 2024 ruling overturning the Chevron doctrine, which gave deference to government agencies on regulations, allowing the FCC, and others to establish federally binding rules without going through the standard legislative process. So basically, the FCC and FCC have been defanged at this point. Judge Richard Allen Griffin wrote that broadband internet is not a telecommunications service, but an information service, which must be regulated differently under the Communications Act of 1934. Okay, so cool. Good job.
Is that good?
No.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. I was like, did I read that wrong?
Anyway, the Switch 2 motherboard has been leaked.
Hey!
Hey! Apparently, maybe. We're not sure. Leaked photos purporting to be shots of the yet-to-be-announced Nintendo Switch 2 appear to show a relatively large Samsung-manufactured SoC, leading some to worry that the Switch 2 could be based on 8nm technology from all the way back in 2018, rather than the 4nm process that many Nintendo watchers were hoping for. Using such an old process would mean that if the Switch 2 were to launch in 2025, it would be running 7-year-old technology. Ha! Just like the Switch 1 was.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Actually, it wasn't. The Switch 1 was running 3-year-old tech at launch. Others from this almost 4,000-page-long thread on famaboards.com think that it could be anything down to 5nm, depending which wildlet speculation you prefer. Realistically, we're just going to have to wait for an official announcement to learn anything concrete, but from the number of leaks that have been going on lately,
It's coming.
It's clearly coming very soon.
Yep.
Very soon. All right.
Is that it?
I think that's it for the topics. Why don't we do some did we do everything in order today? Like, is this a proper WAN show? Did we do things properly? I
think so.
Cool, let's do After Dark.
Cool. I think it's that button.
Nice.
I always got to make sure that I don't push the wrong one. And you guys want purple.
Yeah, talk about that.
This was handed to me right before WAN show.
I'm very excited about this.
Was it already?
Yep, I think so.
Yeah, I think it was already. I only had eyes for these.
I'm like,
Dun, 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 dun. Okay,
already give us the shirts and did everything
so
else.
this is my first look at a sample.
Oh, and you're all like hip and young because they're tall.
So what's funny is dude, the number of like quote unquote Gen Z things that like they're killing that millennials did that I'm like blah blah blah, Gen Z is like killing drinking alcohol and Gen Z is killing ankle socks and Gen Z is killing this and Gen Z is killing that. I'm like, dude, it goes to show all you gotta do is just stay right in the same place and everyone's gonna come right back around to you. Yeah, no, crew socks are great because you get a little bit of that
I don't like the socks.
compression effect.
I don't like that.
That's blood pooling. I find I'm less likely to get shin splints with them.
I don't get shin splints. Maybe that's why I don't care.
Maybe that's why. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the things that I'm trying to check is if it weave is dense enough.
Questionable. This is the first time you've seen this pair, I think. Is that right?
First time.
Are you trying to see if you can see the light through them or something?
Yeah.
That's why he's holding up the light. There's a light right here.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there off camera.
Density could be a little bit better, but the cushion is really nice on the toe and the heel.
Whoa.
And the last sample that I have from the supplier, while the density of the weave is not quite on par with the Darn Tufts, what I have noticed is that the shedding is much less, which is a solid indicator for long-term quality. Interesting. They've gone with a really thick. They've gone with a really thick pad at the back of the ankle where that's your Achilles, I guess, right? Interesting. Okay. Well, I will be trialing these. I am very excited not because they actually seem initially better than the Darn Tufts, but because the last sample we got from these guys, which these do seem improved over, the last sample we got from these guys, once I started actually wear testing them, really impressed me. They are merino, by the way. Lots of people are asking if they're wool. The drying, outstanding. Comfort, outstanding. Shedding, outstanding. And padding was quite good. So we've improved them a little bit, and we will see how they go. Boosted asks, why not collaborate with Darn Tough? We would be open to something like that. Top Gear asks, lifetime replacement? Unlikely. I don't think, based on how quickly I've chewed through all my Darn Tough socks, and to be clear, they've lasted longer than any others I've had. But a lifetime warranty for socks is basically just telling people 2 for 1.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that we would necessarily do that, but I don't know where our pricing's going to end up, right? We're going to have to figure out what our overall value proposition is.
I mean, I hope you would get at least 2.
At least, well, okay, ding yourself.
I'm so sorry.
That was a little rough.
All right, what are we supposed to be doing?
You want some merch messages?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Hey, Wayne.dll. I recently received a promotion in my ID job with an obvious track for promotion. I'm feeling like I'm where I want to be in life. When did you feel that way and what markers were there?
It's cool that you recognize that. I feel like a lot of people don't until it's past. The whole good old days thing. I've caught myself there before, and I've recognized when I was in that time before. Both have been true. I don't know, though.
My big I made it moment was on camera. I finally made it. House theater room build. It was sick. It was like, yep, I'm done. This was such a huge goal for me. It was so cool turning that thing on. In terms of like financially, I would say that it was actually a lot more recent than that because Yvonne and I have gone chips in many times on the company, and we did it for what I think was probably the last time on the lab, on like the lab building, kind of like laying the foundation to build that out. And we are not in sort of an amount of debt that I find overwhelming anymore, and we have no intention of going heavy into debt again. I would say is what gives. And you know what? The amount of debt that we were in at all those different stages wouldn't have stressed me out as much as it did if it wasn't for the industry that we were in. Like if I was working a 9 to 5 in a position where if something went wrong, I could like get a position at another company or whatever. Like if I knew that my income was sustainable, I don't think it would have been a huge problem. But when you like, let's go way back, right, to when we bought this office. When you buy an office building for $1 million, which was an astronomical amount of money for the company at the time, and then you spend hundreds of thousands more building it out, and you're just like, oh my gosh, we're like, will our channel be deleted tomorrow? Because I don't have the income to like pay my home mortgage and this. If everything goes completely wrong, so there's this period of instability, every time, because you don't feel like it's forever. And I think I've kind of gotten over that now. Like it's like that constant. I mean, you remember the constant fear of like this could disappear tomorrow, right? Like I don't think that. Okay, well, I don't think it's as much.
You have to consider that like this thing literally didn't exist in 2006.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I always joke about how my career counselor in high school had no shot.
Literally impossible.
YouTube wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, oh man. And then like, honestly, to make an assumption that an internet company would even last this long back then was insane.
Making an assumption that a web media company would last this long today.
Yeah, exactly.
Is crazy.
Like, is YouTube
Are you
still
trying to give me anxiety?
Is YouTube he works better when he's under pressure. Is YouTube still going to exist in 10 years?
I think so.
I think so.
YouTube has figured out the key. The key is to reinvest in your creators. That's what all the platforms that have come and gone never figured out.
100%.
YouTube invests heavily
Are they going to be here in 20 years?
back in their creators. Well, someone else could figure that out. It hasn't happened yet. I don't know why,
Is
other than just greed.
web video even still going to be how people consume content in 20 years?
I don't know. AI is going to change more than we think. Like, will there be any value to me making a video when an AI can just crap out, cats in a field, or like Cat Christmas? I came across on this like Cat Christmas train AI video on Facebook at some point.
Of course, it was on Facebook too.
Of course it was on Facebook. I don't know. But what I do know is that I stress out about it less because I'm not in one of those precarious chips all in positions. So that helps. And I know that we have a good team and we have a creative team and we've diversified. We're actually working on how does LMD make money in 2024 right now. And the reason it's called 2024 is even though the video is going to come out in 2025, it's going to be based on our 2024 financial year. So Elijah
the opposite
has
course.
been tasked with it, and he's been going around like interviewing various people because in the past, like I did these videos, but I actually thought this might be even more interesting if we have an outsider because he's not involved in the financial dealings of the company. He just gets his paycheck, right? Like, so he's like talking to Nick about Creative Warehouse. He's like talking to Colton about business. He's talking to like Josh from accounting about like money, just like kind of trying to piece it together. And I might end up having to make some corrections to the script or whatever else. I might end up making some assumptions, but I think it's gonna be really interesting to see that perspective instead of just the like, because I sometimes forget what I know, or I forget what I know that you don't know, or don't know that you don't know, or like I have blind spots because I've been looking so closely at it for functionally like half of my adult life, right?
And I'm not trying to doom and gloom, but like basically, unless you like work in a trade, basically, because I don't see those going anywhere. Who knows what's going to exist in 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah.
It is what it is. If you work for like any tech company, basically, like, do I think we'll be able to ride the wave? Yeah. Do I know we're gonna ride the wave? No, not technically.
Bigger companies than us have failed.
Yeah.
Smarter people than us have failed.
Like every day, basically. Like it's absolutely. Yeah.
Happy holidays from France. Listening to 6-month-old WAN shows on road trips is interesting. How often do y'all take a look back at what you've been doing to inspire what you do moving forward?
Not very often. I feel like for
I was gonna say it's usually thrust upon me more than anything.
yeah, I think the audience brings it back to us. They'll post like funny memes from older videos, or I mean, yeah, that's I think the main vehicle by which old content is brought up to me. Or something. One that comes up for me often is I'll look at the 60-minute real-time viewership because it'll surface videos that like had a little spike. I'll be like, oh yeah, that thing, that was kind of cool. Like one showed up for me yesterday, the 500 FPS gaming PC. Allegedly, a new GPU might be coming from Nvidia soon. So I sent that over to the content team. I was like, hey, next writers meeting, let's schedule the 1000 FPS gaming PC. Let's see if we can hit 1000 FPS in like some games.
Sure.
And that'd be fun. We did it as a live stream last time. I think we could do that as a live stream again. I think that'd be blast.
Yeah, one thing that I actually do like is the like I don't know if other Android versions do this probably, but like the pixel photo memories thing.
Yeah.
So like I we're talking about CES a bunch this week. I had a photo memory come into my reel of like Brandon, Taryn, and I gearing up for CES in like I think it was like 2016 or something. And it's like, oh wow, yeah, cool. I guess like flight day that year was today this year. It's interesting. I like stuff like that.
More?
Yeah.
I WAN.dll. Been a fan for 12 years, and I'm now in the midst of a PhD studying GaN and AN transistors.
I think that's an L.
AN? Yeah, lowercase. I've not heard of those ones.
It's gallium nitride and probably aluminum
Nickel?
something. No, nickel is an I. It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Oh, they're the periodic symbols. Yeah,
You got
it. What is the coolest chip-level tech you've seen demoed that didn't catch on? HBM, Octane, etc.
Well, HBM is caught on.
Yeah, has that not caught
HBM's big news in the data center, even if it's not really a big deal for consumers. Octane, though, yeah, dude, 3D Crosspoint, so cool. Man, if I had to, I don't know about chip-level tech, but I would say that the coolest tech that I wish had caught on, even though it doesn't matter now that we have OLED, is SED. These things looked so flipping cool. Man, who was it? Canon. Canon was working. These things looked so flipping cool. Man, who was it? Canon. Canon was working on this. Canon's SED. Hold on, images. Man, where do I even find this? Here you go. Dude, this stuff looked flipping wild. It was like CRT. Everything that's good about a CRT, but this flat.
Whoa.
Yeah. And this was like back in the mid-2000s or whatever.
Surface conduction electron emitter display.
Oh, so cool. It was supposed to bring the best of both LCD and CRT, but it didn't work out. Oh, this stuff looked so cool.
Do you know why it didn't work out?
I think it was expensive, or there was like patent disputes. 2004, Canon and Toshiba announced they had the answer. Toshiba predicted that by 2010, at least a third of TVs over 40 inches would be SED. It was supposed to be easy. They can be printed with an inkjet type device. However, report the companies were having trouble with yields. Canon announced it was still working on production costs, blah, blah, blah. Cost 5 times as much as LCDs to produce. So yeah, there you go. It's a shame, really, as SED was by far the best quality of all the flat panel displays. Like this, from what I saw, it looked like it was going to be absolutely bananas. Awesome.
As far as I can tell, it's patents. Applied Nanotech, a subsidiary of Nano Proprietary, holds a number of patents related to FED and SED manufacturing.
Ooh. Anyway, bummer. No, nobody's still working on it. It's well dead and buried.
Work as a carpenter building new houses. Love using new tech in the trades.
Nice.
Is there any tech that you think should be standard in new homes or to be used by tradesmen?
Standard in new homes. I mean, a lot of stuff that I would care about is already happening. Like they're wiring houses up for Ethernet now, which is good.
With conduit?
Well, okay, conduit. Yeah.
Conduit is sick. That's not new tech though.
Yeah, conduit is king.
It's not new tech though.
Okay, Jack Logan says heat pumps. I read an article today that blew my flipping mind. Apparently, they're like having a really hard time getting heat pumps to take off in Germany because like it's become a politicized issue or something because some of the previous messaging around it was that it's more environmentally conscious. And so certain people are just having like a knee-jerk, you can't take away my natural gas like reaction to it or something. And I was reading this and you know when you just like are reading an article and then your brain hurts and you immediately get a headache and you're like, what are you fucking stupid? Like, are you actually a fucking idiot? Like, do you have a functioning brainstem? Like, so it's like talking about how like heat pumps, I mean, they've been around freaking forever and they're just obviously a good idea.
The only thing I've heard negatively about them, and
obviously.
I have no idea if this is true or not, but I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I've heard that some cities, the combination of EVs and heat pumps taking off and all this kind of stuff, their electric delivery infrastructure is ready to be very taxed.
I could see that being kind of challenging, but
Well,
at
they need to just figure it out.
the rate of penetration in Germany, I'd say that's probably not the issue. It's just that they're not being adopted at all.
Did the sick move of just shutting down all their nuclear plants and then buying power from Russia.
Yeah.
Or you know, if
whole
they
other
have
issue.
to go around the loop, then they buy energy that is sold from Russia to India and then repackaged in India and then sold to the States and repackaged in the States and sold to Germany. That's another, that works too. That's good.
Dude, heat pumps are amazing. The one drawback, and this is quite overcome with current generation ones, but the one drawback is that in very low outside temperatures, they can have a hard time heating because there just isn't enough heat to pump into the house. But like, oh my god, heat pumps are just obvious. If you can like look at one number, be like more better than other number. Like dude, it made my brain hurt so much. Yeah.
Geothermal heat pumps are awesome to overcome the problem. That's not
Yes.
going to be available for everyone. Though.
Yes. Yeah, that's not something you can just do at home
I
necessarily.
haven't heard of that. Don't it sound sick?
Although I would love to see something like that become mainstream. Okay, sure. That's gonna be the thing that I'd love to see become mainstream. Is just right before because anything can be economical if it's
So build like a
if it scales up
geothermal
enough.
pump for the apartment building. Basically.
Well, no, apartment buildings, yeah, you can do that relatively easily. Linus doesn't use a heat pump. Sure does. Got him. So what you could do though is if you have the machinery just like ready to go easily enough, like if it's just something you can rent, bring on the back of a tractor construction site, it like drills down deep enough that you get to you get below the point where the temperature stays basically the same. Just kind of like goes down, like hollows out a thing, and then you just like embed the thing, fill it up, and then boom, like that's it. It's like a permanent installation, in the front yard of a detached home, or to your point about apartment buildings, like in sort of the front area or accessible through the basement, whatever, because you gotta have access at some point potentially.
Yeah,
someone says that's already starting to happen, which is freaking awesome. Yeah,
sick.
yeah, love it here. Larry _DE says German here. This discussion sucks ass here. Yeah, like that, dude. That's wild. That's wild, brother.
That was super funny.
Yeah,
Hey,
I wish it was funny. I wish it was like, how do things like this end up politicized? I don't get it.
Too many things lately have been politicized. I feel like,
Math is not political.
yeah, way too many things have been politicized. It's like politics are wrapped into like every single conversation these days, and it's really honestly very exhausting.
R.M. Renfield. Linus literally installed his own heat pumps with a bit of help. Yes. Now those are in my old place, but I do actually have.
They're not geothermal, which is what we're
No, they're
talking
not geothermal. I do actually have 2 heat pumps at my current place. I just only use the heat during the like kind of changeover period because it is still more economical on our bill to use the in-floor radiant heating. Or not radiant. Whatever, the in-floor water circulating boiler. There you go, boiler.
Hello, sorry, yeah, go
No,
for
I
it.
was just going to tell you to go for it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hello, parasocial friends. I'm feeling directionless in my career. I only have experience with video production, but I want to expand into my company's leadership roles. How do I find fresh footing?
Ask your current leader if you can take something off his shoulders, their shoulders. I've been working really well with this group of people doing this thing. What do you think if I manage them? Pick like 2 people. Make it small.
Or ask what it would take.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too. It's like start a conversation. A really good characteristic of a leader is their ability to have an open and frank conversation. And so showing that you can do that, I would say would be step 1. And then from there, if they say like, hey, here's what it will take, you work toward that and you have another conversation in 6 months. If they say, no, we're not open to that, well, hey, that's good for you to know too. So that if that's your goal, you know not to waste too much more of your time there.
Yeah.
It is the second time I get something from LTD Store.
Hey, nice.
First was a mouse mat, a humongous one, and it stuck with me. Never ever going to replace it unless it breaks. Any more science behind the smoothness?
No, it turns out that making a good mouse pad is just a matter of using good quality materials. If you use a bad mouse pad, it's because they didn't pay for the better materials. I don't know what to tell you. It's amazing. It's amazing how many things are like that.
I was going to say, it still makes me angry.
The lanyard thing?
Every time you go into it, every time you rant about it, I just get more and more angry.
The lanyard thing bothers me so much.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Yo, as a teacher in game development space, more students haven't played these zeitgeist games like we refer to, Half-Life, Deus Ex, etc. Any modern games you suggest fit the bill for industry shifters?
Modern.
Baldur's
Industry
Gate 3,
shifters.
Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring.
That's a good one.
I don't know if this was an industry shifter.
Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to be
You don't
honest.
have to like it, but you do have to respect it.
The MOBAs are pretty huge.
Yeah, League of Legends.
Bejeweled. What?
Peggle.
How's it an industry shifter?
Luke.
What do you mean? And it's not modern.
It's literally
Modern game?
like King Activision Blizzard.
How old are you?
Half-Life was...
Ialica. I agree with Bejeweled. Not
It's
gonna lie.
25 years old! What do you
Okay,
mean?
all right. Okay. I'm talking the
Candy
modern
Crush.
iteration. Or sorry, that's what I meant.
You meant Candy Crush?
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
I meant Candy Crush. I don't play either of them.
I figured you might have meant. Yeah, that makes sense. Candy Crush.
But people are actually backing up Bejeweled. They're like,
It's 25. I said modern
yes,
game.
it's not
Candy
it's not
Crush.
modern. Yeah, Candy Crush. It's literally King Activision Blizzard. That's why I said that, because I was thinking of Candy Crush. I'm sorry. I brain farted. It happens from time to time. Happens a lot.
Is this the new controversy?
We can't say modern things.
I don't think World of
Warcraft.
Warcraft counts as modern.
No, it doesn't, because it's also incredibly old.
Yeah.
In that case, you'd probably say Roblox.
Yeah, you could say Roblox. Is Minecraft modern?
No.
When did Minecraft come out?
I'm guessing 15 years ago?
No way.
It's a guess.
2009. Bloody hell. 16 years ago.
I was close.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah, hard to say.
Don't think about it.
I don't think that's modern, man.
Yeah, but Roblox is almost. I think it's kind of derivative. Like Minecraft was more of a shifter.
I don't even know, because
Yeah, is Roblox even modern? When the devil did Roblox come out? 2006. It's older than Minecraft.
Wow,
I had no idea. That's hilarious.
that's wild. I never heard about it. until like a few years ago.
All right. Well, definitely a shifter. Definitely not modern then.
Yeah, fair enough. Fall Guys? I don't think Fall Guys was a shifter.
No, it was a flash in the pan. But I feel like things being a quick flash in the pan is in some ways a shift that the industry has undergone. Like look at how quickly Pal World
Oh, the
was
Baldur's Gate.
the biggest thing ever, and then
I don't remember them. I mostly remember Pal World, but around that time,
Swamp, and then like
yeah.
A big one I think would be Concord, just as a case
was that
study,
big?
a case study for
I
all
see where
time.
you're going. I see where
You know what I mean?
it's definitely going to shift the way the industry invests in their gaming projects. That's not wrong.
No,
Yeah,
gotta play it. You see what I mean?
Dan pointing out that like you should play this game so you can understand why spending like whatever 400
You can't
million
even
is.
play
it.
Right.
Right, but just as a case study of like industry shifting.
Husafia 1 says GTA 5. I think that's actually there's a solid argument to be made there. GTA Online, more accurately, I would say, is the industry shifter.
So I agree. I think it only counts as modern because it is still so actively played though, because it is also like 11 years old or something.
12. Shoot. Was it? I think it was Steam's summary for this year. I think it was like 25% of all playtime.
No, I
was
was
like
gonna
older
say-
than 10 years or something like that. I meant to add that to the WAN document.
I think, however, you might still be able to count that because of specifically GTA 5 Online RP.
Yeah.
Because that is not that old.
That's a relatively new thing, and it absolutely was a game changer.
Yeah. Skull and Bones.
Okay.
It may be an interesting case study. I don't think you need to play it though. I think it's much more interesting if you look through the development history. Man, yeah.
All right, Dan. Feel free to like jump in when we're petering out, by the way. Don't be shy.
Oh yeah, sure. It's always a bit difficult. Dear Dan, Luke, and
Excuse me! Excuse me! Hey, asshole! Like, people like you drive down the streets with your unnecessarily loud motorcycles thinking you're all cool. Everyone is actually laughing at you and calling you pathetic faggots. You do realize this, right?
Hey, man, we roll how we roll, and if people are...
People who are serious.
That little boy
This, I want to make it plain, is not Hollywood.
I recently got a 7900 XTX Mercury magnetic GPU. Are you going to give high-end Radeon 9000 a try? Do you think you'll play through Indie and the Great Circle? And any thoughts on AMD RTX?
From the rumors that I've seen, there isn't going to be Radeon 9000. And from the rumors I've seen, there isn't going to be high-end Radeon Next Gen, whatever they end up calling it. Will I play through Indie and the Great Circle? I want to. It actually looks really good. It looks really fun. As for thoughts on AMD's ray tracing, I think the closest thing we have to a representation of AMD's, what will be AMD's current gen ray tracing, allegedly very soon, is the PlayStation 5 Pro, and it looks like they've made some strides. Although even there, I think all we saw was next generation AI, so next generation like AI upscaling. I don't think it actually had next generation ray tracing yet, did it? I don't recall. It might have. Anyway, that was kind of like a mishmash of their last gen and their like upcoming gen in the PS5 Pro. Let's see if chat can jump in and correct me here, because I'm not sure if I can remember the exact details there. But as for whether we do a Radeon challenge again, I'm not sure. I feel like AMD's driver situation has been resolved well enough for me. I haven't really had any issues with mine. But as I said last week, my intention is to get a 5090 at this time.
To play Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
And Dredge.
Yeah. And don't forget Unravel 2.
Elatro. Unravel 2?
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
I just started it with Yvonne.
No?
You're two yarn creatures and you're raveled.
Unravel 2.
Yeah, it looks, well, I shouldn't say it looks fine because we started it.
This graphic looks like Pikmin. Recent reviews mixed.
Yeah, it just seems to be not actually that useful.
I see.
Just disappointing.
Oh, what, really? I was able to, I didn't notice any of this.
When did you start playing? These are from early December.
2 days ago?
Mid-December. Yeah, so a lot of it's like my save got screwed up because of this.
That's sad.
So I think you just didn't experience it.
Cool.
Hey, DLL, it seems we can never be surprised, and all hardware leaks. When was the last time you were truly surprised by a release, and why do you think everyone leaks? Will we ever be able to control it?
I was surprised by how good Battlemage was.
Yeah.
That's pretty recent.
When was I surprised? Man. Well, certainly not by a Pixel phone. They're the leakiest of leaky things.
Left at bars.
Man. When is someone just like completely blindsided everybody? If you guys can think of any, I'm absolutely open to suggestions here, and I can tell you if I mean, I was very surprised by Apple M1, but everyone knew it was coming. We just didn't know how good it was going to be. Last time you're truly surprised by release. Like I had like a wow, I can't believe they kept that under wraps moment.
That I have no idea. The performance things, like I think the M1 example was really good. Battlemage worked for me, but
Nintendo has up until this most recent one, I feel like, been pretty tight-lipped. Like the Switch, I think, was
I
pretty
was surprised
surprising.
about the Switch. That's a long time ago though.
Yeah, I know, right? As for why do you think everything leaks? Well, it's because humans are human and they're flawed and messy and weak and sorry, yeah, what do you want? And they're conflicted. Valve keeps things pretty tight. Yeah, Steam Deck was a big surprise. Steam Deck came out of nowhere.
Yep, very true.
Yep.
I think that's kind of it though. In the spirit of what you said last time, should we move on?
13 Lou says, wasn't the Apple M1 a serious surprise? It was a serious surprise in the same way that like the Apple Car would have been a serious surprise. Like everyone knew they were working on it. They have literal listings for like, we need to run the Apple Car department. We're not working on it though. Right? Like everyone knew they were working on ARM CPUs. The same as like their 5G modem. Like, yeah, it'll be a surprise when it comes out finally because no one thought they were not going to give up on it at this point. But no, everyone knows what they're working on. So
There are 2 holes in the mod map. What is it for? Thanks, guys.
Oh.
Aren't they like static wrist rest things?
Yes, and we have kind of a clever attachment mechanism for it. But they're the little button things for attaching an ESD thing.
Hey, Wan.elo, I'm currently building a YouTube title and thumbnail A/B testing tool, but I'm not sure how to make it unique. What do you recommend for such a tool? Also, hey from Ottawa, Ontario.
I have no idea because the truth is, even YouTube's own tools are sort of fundamentally flawed and very difficult to glean useful information from because they don't, through the dashboard or through the API, provide certain information that you would need. Like they don't actually tell you the click-through percentage and how they compare. Without knowing that, you don't really know how effective it is at drawing clicks. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what our team would even ask for other than...
Go look at Mr. Beast's tool that he already made.
Yeah, if you can do it better than that, then
Try to
great.
find some value add. Yeah.
Linus, do you think you'll talk to a lawyer in case you're forced to testify in a honey trial? Also, sometimes class action lawsuits will auto-opt-in, like how Sony sent out checks for leaking customers' data. Lucas left the building.
I don't think people understand what happened.
Honey's not going to trial, by the way.
And was he going to testify? Someone told us through some video that not as many people watched that it was bad, so we stopped using it. What do you want?
Greetings, LLD. I'm moving on. Greetings, LLD. Have either of you tried Balatro yet? I got it a few days ago and I cannot stop playing it. Please send help. It's one of the few good games for mobile, but it's also on PC. Thanks. I would say the other way around, but okay, dude.
Oh, you tried it, right?
Yeah,
I haven't tried it yet. I heard it's really good though.
it's a good game. I beat the highest difficulty thing with a couple decks. That was fun. It feels more RNG heavy than Slay the Spire does. I think. Yeah,
guy.
I got it, dude. I got it. Well, I mean,
This guy.
I've also beat
He's so sweaty.
every single highest possible difficulty mode and have every single achievement for Slay the Spire. So there's that.
Maybe you're just good at roguelites.
But
I
yeah,
have 3 beautiful children. Got them.
darn it.
I can't believe
Well, I can collect his achievements.
I suck at Balatro and I don't have a girlfriend. I got nothing. God damn.
You'll figure it out.
And you still can't beat Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah,
Double
yeah.
skill issue.
But no, I find it's a little bit RNG heavy for me.
Okay.
But it's a good game, and I'm not hating on it, to be clear. I liked it. I'm very happy with the purchase. I bought it. I had really good fun, and then I was done with it. I'm surprised by the people that are like, I literally can't stop playing, and they play for like months. I'm like, I
Why are you hating on our audience?
don't get that.
Why are you hating on them? Because
but
I know
think
there's a
it's
ton of
great
them out there that are like playing Balatro right now.
game. Like the fact that people thought it was a genuine Game of the Year competitor. I was like, whoa.
You are
I
making
don't
so
know about
many
that.
enemies right now.
100%. So many people. It's a great game. It's a fantastic game. If you like roguelikes, if you like card games and roguelikes, and I'm a Slay the Spire guy, so yeah, it was like a guaranteed purchase for me. I bought it. I had a really good time with it, and then I was done.
But it's too easy. It's too RNG
it's not
heavy.
too easy.
Doesn't deserve to be Game of the Year.
Yeah, what a hater. What a hater.
Hot dogs are
I'm
bad.
such a hater.
I'm not a hater. It's a great
Such
game.
a hater.
I just don't understand playing it forever. Like, I don't know. I played it. I had a really fantastic time. I got to kind of what I decided was the end for me, and then I was like, cool. Then I moved on.
You're being such a wheel of fortune
I
right
think
now.
you should get it. It's a fantastic game. It's a great game. Didn't come out in 2004, which hurts it, but it's a fantastic game.
Greetings, Lemur Dino Dingo.
Set fire to your hair. Poke a stick at a grizzly bear. Eat medicine that's out of date. Use your private parts as piranha bait. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways.
This is tofu drag construction, China's poorly constructed buildings made with foundation and building materials that are poorly mixed due to a lack of funding. That's because the project lead and management swallowed up money due to rampant corruption and graft. It's an ongoing issue in China. The result is dangerous living quarters and infrastructure that are prone to collapse, like bridges, roads, and buildings. In 2008, an 8.0 magnitude earthquake took many buildings under, including hundreds of school buildings, and many were tofu drag projects. It killed thousands of students and tens of thousands of lives were claimed. The CCP covered it up as it was close to the 2008 Olympics in Beijing, and any subsequent investigations by citizen journalists were punished, including jail time. I'm David Zhang. This is China Insider. Subscribe for more on China. This is tofu drag construction, China's poorly constructed buildings made with foundation and building materials that are poorly mixed due to a lack
I'm sending you his last known location. Please go and see what you can find. I'm sending you his last known location. Please go and
Come to me, camera.
I'm in an IT company. I have 10 years of network experience, and a newbie got hired and is making slightly less than me with no experience. How do I approach my boss?
Hey, I'm gonna go shop around unless you can fix this. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I would check to try to figure out, depending on the position that you're in. You've been there for 10 years. Are you in the same role? Should
Yeah.
you be in a higher role? Because certain roles can have like a salary cap, effectively. So if you said a newbie got hired. If you're still in a junior IT role, then
is it possible you're not that good?
Like maybe you
Like,
should,
I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm saying it is a possibility.
it's a possibility. Or you're just not. You're stuck in a capped role and are not getting a promotion. And either that means you need to go somewhere else, or you need to talk about why you're not getting a promotion potentially.
Or
'Cause
like
it could be just a salary band.
Like to Luke's point, like you could be capped in that anywhere above that, you have to start taking on like a supervisory or management
Absolutely.
responsibilities. Like I can tell you that in pretty much any organization, your compensation as an individual contributor is going to reach a level that can only be broken through if you can manage. Because the only way to scale as an organization is to have people who can manage other people. Like a flat structure works great in theory, and if you're Valve, works great in practice. But I think Valve is literally
They have a free money trick.
the exception that proves the rule, right? Like,
Oops, millions of dollars.
yeah, infinite money hack.
Yeah.
So, man, that's a tough one. How do you start the conversation? Was the question. Like, how do I start that conversation? How do I approach my boss?
Hey, I feel like my role has become a little bit stagnant.
Yeah, what would it take for me to have my compensation increase? They're probably going to ask you questions like, what prompted this, or what difference are you expecting? It is never a bad idea to just shop around on the market either before you approach your boss. What you might find out is like, oh crap, both me and this newbie are actually doing like way better. We're both doing way better than industry average. Because I don't know what numbers we're talking about. It is possible, and maybe that's part of the rationale at your company is like, we already like pay really well. That is what it is. That's if you want to hire, if you want to hire pay, you need to be in a managerial role or whatever the case may be. It also is quite possible, based on that, if you're not really getting increases in compensation over the last 10 years, that your company is not taking care of people very well, and that you would be better off just kind of going out and seeing if there's greener pastures out there. And so that way you could decide at that point, do you want to pursue those greener pastures, or do you want to take a picture of those greener pastures to your boss and basically go, hey, like, are we able to have a conversation about my compensation? And if they say yes, then you have an open, frank conversation where you basically just say like, look, I feel like with my level of experience, I should be due for a compensation increase. Here's what I think it should be. You don't have to disclose that you have an actual offer, for instance. But if they're not open to the conversation, well then hey, maybe it is time to move on to somewhere that you're valued.
I would also I have 10 years of network experience. That's an interesting line too, because make sure that what you're doing is giving you experience in a thing that you want to do and a thing that has growth potential.
Yeah.
Because if you have 10 years of experience doing
sorting thimbles
at the company, you said network experience was probably quite valuable, but I'm speaking more generally, not necessarily you specifically. But if you have 10 years of experience sorting thimbles, let's say, and nobody needs thimbles sorted anymore, then you have 10 years of experience in nothing. Unless you can find a way to adapt that experience to something else and make an argument for why it still counts. But that's one of the reasons why Linus is mentioning the whole management track thing again. Management is one of the easiest things to cross over.
Well, it's not easy. People try and fail all the time, but it's one of the most obvious.
Yes.
There.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
So if you have years of experience managing, that can often help you cross over into other fields.
Yeah, a good manager is invaluable, which unintuitively in English means very valuable. Right?
Luke, read a book.
Huh? Oh.
Hey, all, I just got a full tower case, and I realized that both front fans were backward, and the only intake for 4 years has been my power supply fan. What's the biggest long-term PC build mistake that you've made?
Not as big as yours, Rob, because your only intake for 4 years was nothing. Your power supply fan is not an intake. It's an exhaust. Yeah. So, good job, Rob.
You win.
Long-term PC build mistake that you've made. Gee, I don't know. Most of them become obvious fairly quickly.
Pretty quick.
We had did we ever have?
I bricked the heck out of a board like right after we became an actual official company. That was cool. That's the only motherboard I've ever killed.
Yeah, but I feel like this is like long-term. Like it was running for a long time.
I can't think of anything like that. Most computer problems are genuinely.
They work or they don't.
Yeah, it'll turn on or it won't.
To avoid the ding, they're pretty binary. But like
That did not avoid the ding. How did that avoid the ding?
No pun intended.
Ugh.
I'm not doing it. No.
You intended it.
No.
No,
Otherwise, I wouldn't have qualified
he's
it.
gonna come ding.
All right, you come ding.
Oh, there you go.
And it's got a ding.
Is that satisfying? Does it feel good?
Actually, yeah.
Nice. Hey, that's how you get people's attention at that fancy jewelry store.
Diamonds, please. Take my money.
Yeah, but when you do that, you're kind of a dingus. Because you always ding us. Get it?
That's pretty good.
No, that's not good. Okay, that's good. All right,
That's why we have the ding. They're not good.
I enjoy them anyways.
The ding is for the bad ones.
I still like that.
Hi, Dilo. First merch message, and I finally get a screwdriver.
Nice.
Buying one for my birthday tomorrow. Nice. What is Luke's favorite Star Wars episode?
Episode.
I can't remember if you
Movies are called
asked you.
episodes.
Yeah.
Just trying to help you.
Yeah.
Season
Because even though you're named after the main character, you're just woefully ignorant.
What do you mean?
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar
laughing
Jar
here.
Jar laughing here.
That works pretty well. That's a space character name.
Both of you. I listened to a Star Wars audiobook on the way here today.
Cringe.
Why?
Because it used to be cool.
Oh no, I listened to the old EU ones.
Oh, all right. What were you listening to?
This one wasn't very good actually.
Okay, what was it?
Cestus something? I can look it up.
No, I don't care.
It wasn't very good.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't. The one right before it was fantastic. Yikes. What was the book I read before? The book I listened to technically before that was a Timothy Zahn book. All of his are fantastic. And it was the first book that MJ is in. The Cestus Deception. Yeah, that was it. I wasn't a huge fan. I normally really like any book that features like Clone Wars era Obi-Wan, but I was not that into it.
Is Heir to the Empire the first one with Mara Jade?
That sounds
That's the Thrawn trilogy, right?
That sounds potentially right.
Thrawn trilogy is so good.
Yeah.
So.
Anyways, favorite Star Wars episode.
Yeah, that was Timothy Zahn's first Star Wars book too. I didn't even know that.
Great book. Really fantastic.
If this has been a contentious show, you could just say one.
Phantom Menace? Are you kidding me?
I told you contentious show.
Genuinely didn't really like one that much.
There it goes. There goes the internet. Good job, Luke.
Okay, go ahead. Favorite episode? Come on, let's
I'm
go.
trying to think.
I don't even remember the names
Having a
of the
hard
most
time-
recent 3.
Oh, I don't. Oh, there's no shot.
they don't count.
Yeah.
No, no, I
What
got this.
even
Hold on,
numbers
hold on.
are
Force
those?
Awakens,
79?
Last Jedi, Return of the King. I don't know.
Return of the King.
It's a Star Wars marathon, but you just stop.
Man. Oh,
Oh man.
I think it might be 5.
Oh wow, that's like the safest pick. How could you? Yeah, Empire. That's like literally the like.
Oh, like the good one.
Yeah, I don't want to get crapped on by the internet. I'm just gonna say the safest possible thing to hide in my hidey hole. Like at least pick like
What would
Revenge
you
of the Sith or something.
What would you pick?
Sure, I'll take Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
It's modern Star Wars with cool fight choreography and is mostly pretty
Which one
much
is that? 3?
Yeah.
3's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're not gonna believe me. I was genuinely debating between 3 and other ones because 1 actually sucks. 2's not that interesting.
right now.
But I like representing the prequels a little bit. 3's pretty good. 4?
Sorry.
4 is.
Did they catch any of that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did. 4 I don't think has all that much going on in a modern context.
Attack of the Clones? Are you kidding me? It has like Whirly Yoda.
4?
I'll try
Oh,
spinning.
24 I was thinking too.
Spinning's a good trick.
Oh, A New Hope. Yeah, but A New Hope is just it's such a. It's
I thought
such,
that was the safe one.
It's so no, Empire is the safe one.
Oh,
Because
okay.
A New Hope is generally regarded as groundbreaking
Yes.
and what like started the whole thing, but not a particularly innovative or interesting film. Whereas the whole idea of like the bad guys win and stuff, and like how dark Empire was, and like it's widely regarded to be a way better
I genuinely thought
movie.
4 was the safest option.
Oh, okay. Well, one thing's for sure, you would not win the internet with like my favorite childhood one, which was Return of the Jedi. I loved Return of the Jedi. I loved the Ewoks. I loved that was the best lightsaber duel at the time.
Yes.
It's so much better than what came before.
Yep.
Like the original duel in A New Hope was like like old man fight, right? Whereas we're seeing like Luke in his prime kind of thing until they completely changed what lightsaber dueling is, which you eventually kind of come around to because it's pretty cool to watch spinning CGI Yoda fight things or whatever.
Empire is Hoth and Cloud City, right? Is it? Is it?
Are you trying right now to like upset me?
Is that the one?
I'm still going with number 1. I don't care.
That's the one where they crawl in the animal to stay warm. Yeah.
Is that one?
Yeah.
Is that the one where the guy runs around with the ice cream maker?
Ice cream maker.
You don't even know that one.
What are you even talking about?
Wow, a week. Yeah, see, someone said yes. Yeah, because it is.
Ice cream maker.
Week. You know
What
nothing.
are you talking
You
about?
know nothing.
What? Is this a meme?
No, it's not, actually. In Cloud City, one of the guys who's evacuating runs around a corner and he's holding what's supposed to look like futuristic technology. But it's literally just an ice cream maker from like the crafty department, I'm assuming. And somebody asked George Lucas about it in an interview, so he gave him a name. So now he has like lore and stuff, but it's literally just some extra running around a corner holding an ice cream maker.
And it's canon. I love
It's
it.
canon, yeah.
I did not know this. Wow. I mean, it looks like futuristic tech to
It
me.
does, actually, and it matches like the general aesthetic of the station and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think there's a subreddit about that. It's a book light.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just find things that are just off the shelf to look futuristic.
Like
Oh,
Big
that's
Luke?
great.
Is that another reference you guys don't know?
Probably.
Big Luke. No, I don't know Big Luke.
Big Luke Star Wars. The Bigger Luke theory.
That's a book light.
BiggerLukeWiki.com. Luke Prime and Bigger Luke.
Sorry, what is this? I don't see anything about Bigger Luke here.
Here. Bigger Luke, commonly abbreviated to BL.
What lore is this? We're on Star Wars nerds levels. I didn't know we're possible.
Yeah, you guys don't know it.
I got Wikipedia and whatnot. What is this? What even is this site?
Wiki.com.
Bloggerluke.addict. Sorry, what is this?
BiggerLuke.wiki.com/bigger.
Okay.
It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, but what is it?
The canon Luke hypothesis, sometimes simply the Bigger Luke hypothesis, in which it is theorized that within the Star Wars universe and canon, there does indeed exist a version of Luke Skywalker that is slightly larger than a posited regular Luke Skywalker or Luke Prime.
like, what?
And then they have examples of where their height changes.
Yeah,
little short for Stormtrooper?
this is not even trying, Luke. This is not even trying to be credible.
I mean, it's a pretty good theory.
Yeah, okay.
I like
Cool.
Dark Jar Jar theory much more.
Yeah, Sith Lord Jar Jar.
That would have been sick if that actually ended up becoming a
No,
thing.
that would have been really stupid.
Would've been kinda
No,
stupid.
we would have.
That's a little higher on the iceberg than Bigger Luke. That's like center Earth. Oh.
Okay. All right.
Can we get the show done? please?
Yeah.
Keep telling me you don't know anything about Star Wars.
Yeah,
Keep doing it.
I am you. Yeah, I've never said
Knowing
anything
things
bad
that
about
are
your
wrong is
character.
not knowing things.
You don't have to know the wrong things. Oh, hello, Sen. I love portable handheld consoles. What is your favorite computer form factor or the strangest one you've ever seen?
My favorite computer form factor.
Desktop.
Laptops are pretty
Laptop's your
convenient.
favorite computer form
I
factor?
mean, if they were more reliable and more performant, I guess
If they were-
But they asked
were
my
they-
favorite form factor. They didn't ask.
You said it, they would be if they were something that they're not.
Yeah, because you could. Well, sure, but you could use them as a desktop. They're versatile. You can take them with
But
you
they're
on
not
the
the things that you said.
Well, yeah, sure, but like, I don't know. Sure, fine. Okay, Halloween
unwieldy.
costumes for this coming year. Okay, Jamal Taylor suggests we go as Luke and Bigger Luke.
Oh, that's great.
And moving on.
Oh my goodness.
I'm looking to build a high-end PC, but I'm also not in a hurry. Is it better to fight it out with resellers or wait 6 to 8 months and hope scarcity and tariffs aren't a thing much later this year?
I don't know, man. I don't have the answers. I mean, we did that video a little while back where I basically said, sorry, I don't know the answers. I mean, we know there's new allegedly rumored GPUs coming very soon.
Allegedly.
So that's really good to know because it will tend to have an impact on the secondhand market and on the current product pricing. Beyond that, we don't really know what's coming. Good luck, everybody.
Hey, DLL, trying to decide on an upgrade path for my 10850K and RX 6900 XT. God, these naming conventions. Currently 1440p.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Dan.
I know, just gets worse. Also interested in trying I guess this is a Thunderbolt display, but
Don't
I'm
try a
unsure.
Thunderbolt display. That's like completely unnecessary. Why would you do that?
How does a GPU interface with a Thunderbolt card?
It doesn't. Don't bother. Okay, hold on. Okay, so some Thunderbolt cards have a DisplayPort in. So they will inject that DisplayPort into your Thunderbolt connection. So you're effectively just using your GPU, but then you're just using DisplayPort. So there's no reason to use Thunderbolt display. The only reason you would want to do that is if you want to use optical Thunderbolt like I do to carry Thunderbolt over some great distance. Then you use a dock to go DisplayPort out to your monitor and then just use your Thunderbolt dock for Thunderbolt for connectivity or whatever else. There are so few Thunderbolt displays that, and none of them offer the most compelling mix of price and features and performance that you just shouldn't bother. at all. There's just no real reason to do it that I can think of.
Last one I got for you today. I'm the tech dad that has been waiting for HexOS. I am researching building a NAS for the first time and finding it daunting, but fun. Any suggestions on where to start?
Wendell has some good videos.
Sure, there, level 1 text. Yeah.
I also built our Johnsbow NAS. We did a video on that. That was phenomenal.
Nice. Is that short circuit?
No, that was a full LDT. Oh, it was the first time I've ever built a computer with a video, and it just happened to be ours.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. So this is actually a pretty good video on building a NAS.
And
so you built this one?
I built almost exactly that one.
Cool.
I couldn't get a cheaper CPU, so it has an expensive CPU, and I couldn't get a cheaper CPU that had a built-in GPU. So when I want to use it, I just stick a riser card and a 1080 into the motherboard. I need to upgrade that eventually. But it's been phenomenal. It runs all day, every day.
When I need to diagnose this thing, I actively make it more complicated and also significantly change variables.
Yeah, but I haven't needed to because it just works. Thanks, Todd Howard. That's all I got. Oh, there's one in there's one incoming. Do you want to touch that?
Den, Linus, and Lake. How can Chit GPT write box / Pez the bar exam, but me autocorrect is barely functional? And then they translated it for us. How does ChatGPT write books and pass the bar exam, but my autocorrect is barely functional? It's a good question.
Good question.
Good question. See you later.
Solid question.
Thanks for watching the Land Show. See you again next week. Same time, same time.
Bye.
Hey there guys, Paul here from engineeringmindset.com. In this video, we're going to be discussing heat pumps, the different types and how they work. Coming up, how heat pumps work, air-to-air heat pumps, air-to-water heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, water source heat pumps, as well as animations and system schematics for each of these. Okay, the first thing we're going to look at is the air-to-air heat pump. These are the most common heat pump types. They often look very similar to a standard air conditioning split unit with a unit located outside and another unit located inside. These can either work as a heating-only device. Alternatively, the more popular choice is to have a device which can provide both heating or cooling by making use of a reversing valve. We've covered reversing valves in our previous videos. Links to that can be found in the video description below. There are a few different ways to configure a reversing valve heat pump. I'll show you a simple, typical example. The main components we'll have in this type of system are the compressor, the reversing valve, the indoor heat exchanger, an expansion valve with a non-return valve bypass, a bidirectional filter dryer, a sight glass, another expansion valve with a non-return valve and bypass. Then we have the outdoor heat exchanger. We also have a controller and a number of temperature and pressure sensors around the system. In heating mode, the refrigerant leaves a compressor as a high pressure, high temperature vapor and passes to the reversing valve. The reversing valve is positioned in heating mode, so the refrigerant passes through this and heads to the indoor unit. Cool air is then blown over the indoor unit's heat exchanger to remove some of the thermal energy and provide heating to the room. As heat is removed, the refrigerant will condense into a liquid. Having given up some of its energy, the refrigerant leaves as a high pressure, slightly cooler liquid. The refrigerant then comes to the expansion valve and bypass. In this mode, the expansion valve is closed, so the liquid refrigerant passes through the non-return valve. It then passes through the filter dryer and sight glass and then passes to the second expansion valve. It will then pass through this expansion valve because the non-return valve on this side is preventing flow in that direction. As the refrigerant passes through the expansion valve, the refrigerant expands in volume and turns into a part liquid, part vapor mixture. This expansion in volume reduces the temperature and pressure. We've covered how thermal expansion valves and electronic expansion valves work in great detail in the previous videos. Do check those out, links are in the video description below. The refrigerant then heads to the outdoor heat exchanger. Here, a fan is blowing outside ambient air over the coil and adding heat to the cold refrigerant. The refrigerant boils at a very low temperature, and as it boils, it will carry away the thermal energy. As an example, we know that water will carry thermal energy away as steam when it boils, and we know that it boils at 100 degrees Celsius or 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, if we then look at some common heat pump refrigerants, R134A, for example, has a boiling point of minus 26.3 degrees Celsius or minus 15.34 degrees Fahrenheit. Refrigerant R410A has a boiling point of minus 48.5 degrees Celsius or minus 55.3 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's very easy to extract thermal energy even at very low outdoor temperatures. We've covered how refrigerants work also in a previous video. Again, links to that can be found in the video description below. So the refrigerant picks up the thermal energy from the outside air and leaves the outdoor heat exchanger as a low pressure, low temperature, slightly superheated vapor, and then heads back to the reversing valve. The reversing valve then diverts this to the compressor to repeat the cycle. If the system is then switched into cooling mode, the system then acts like a normal split air conditioner. The compressor forces the high pressure, high temperature vapor refrigerant into the reversing valve. The reversing valve diverts this to the outdoor unit. The fan of the outdoor unit blows ambient air across the heat exchanger. This air will be a cooler temperature, so it carries the thermal energy of the refrigerant away. The refrigerant condenses as it loses its thermal energy. Having given up some of its energy, the refrigerant leaves as a high pressure, slightly cooler liquid. It then heads to the expansion valve, but this is closed, so the refrigerant passes through the non-return valve. It then passes through the sight glass and the bidirectional filter dryer. The next non-return valve is then closed, so the refrigerant passes through the expansion valve. As it passes through the expansion valve, the refrigerant changes to a part liquid, part vapor mixture, which causes it to drop in pressure and temperature. It then flows into the indoor heat exchanger, and in here, a fan blows the warm indoor air over the coil. This causes the heat to transfer from the air into the refrigerant, and so the refrigerant boils and takes its heat away. The refrigerant leaves the indoor unit as a low pressure, low temperature, slightly superheated state and flows into the reversing valve. The valve diverts this back to the compressor to repeat the cycle. Air-to-water heat pumps. These units work in a very similar manner to air-to-air heat pumps, but without the reversing valve. The high-pressure, high-temperature vapor refrigerant leaves the compressor, but this time it heads into a plate heat exchanger. On the other side of the plate heat exchanger, water is being cycled through a hot water storage tank. Cool water enters the heat exchanger from the tank, and as it passes through the heat exchanger, it absorbs heat from the hot refrigerant. The water will then leave at a much hotter temperature and flow back to the hot water storage tank to repeat the cycle. As the refrigerant gives up its heat to the water, it will condense, and it will then leave the heat exchanger as a high-pressure, lower-temperature liquid. We've covered how heat exchangers work in our previous videos. Links to these can be found in the video description below. The refrigerant then passes through the filter dryer and the sight glass, and then into the expansion valve. The expansion valve causes the refrigerant to become part liquid, part vapor state, and will be at a low temperature and pressure. It then passes through the outdoor heat exchanger, where the outdoor ambient air causes the refrigerant to boil. The refrigerant then leaves at a low pressure, low temperature, slightly superheated vapor, and is then sucked back into the compressor to repeat the entire cycle again. The hot water tank then provides hot water to the radiators, sinks, and showers within the building. Ground source heat pump. There are two main types of ground source heat pumps, that being the horizontal and the vertical type. Both essentially work the same, it's just how they access the heat in the ground that varies. We'll look at when to use the different types as well as the pros and cons of these in our next video. This video we're just going to focus on how they work. Ground source can be used for heating air or water. In the air type system, the heat pump can also have a reversing valve and then supply either heating or cooling. In both cases, the outdoor heat exchanger can be a plate heat exchanger with the refrigerant passing on one side and a mixture of water and antifreeze cycling on the other side. The water and antifreeze mixture is forced by a pump around the pipes within the ground. This will allow it to pick up the thermal energy in a heating mode and bring this to the heat exchanger. The refrigerant on the other side of the heat exchanger absorbs the heat because it has a very low boiling point, so as it boils it carries the heat away, which can then be used within the building. In the air type system, there can be a reversing valve. This will allow the refrigeration system to pull unwanted heat out of the building and transfer this into the water antifreeze mixture. This water will then be pumped around the pipes in the ground and it will transfer the heat into the ground, thus returning cooler, ready to pick up more heat. Water source heat pumps. Water source heat pumps come in two main variations, closed and open loop. The closed loop sends a mixture of water and antifreeze to collect thermal energy from a pond or river and transfers this through the heat exchanger. The same water is then sent around again to repeat the cycle. Open loop pulls in fresh water from an aquifer or from a river and pumps this into the heat exchanger to collect the heat. Once it passes through, it is then released back into the same water source. In a closed loop type, a water and antifreeze mixture cycles around the pipes to collect the thermal energy and bring this to the heat exchanger, where the refrigeration system will then absorb the energy and use it for heating. Alternatively, it will dump the building's unwanted heat into the water antifreeze mixture to provide cooling for the building. The unit then works the same as a ground source heat pump. In an open loop type, the water is pulled in via a pump and sent directly to the heat exchanger. The heat exchanger then pulls the thermal energy out of the water, or it dumps the unwanted heat into the water. The water then passes through the heat exchanger and returns to the source some distance apart. Okay guys, that's it for this video. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this and it has helped you. If so, don't forget to like, subscribe and share. Leave your questions in the comment section below and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, theengineeringmindset.com. Once again, thanks for watching.
Every binary tree coding problem. Solving binary tree coding problems can be hard and confusing at the beginning because it's quite different from linear data structures as arrays or linked lists. The problem is that a binary tree is a non-linear data structure, so traversing it is totally different from traversing an array, for example. And the trick I'm going to show you is based on the fact that subtrees of a node are also considered as trees, so you can call the same function on them. But don't forget that subtrees of subtrees are also considered as trees. The same process gets repeated, so our function will be recursive. For example, if we want to get the sum of elements of a binary tree, we have to calculate root value plus sum of elements of left subtree plus sum of elements of right subtree. But here's the recursion in the story. To get elements of subtrees, we have to calculate root value plus sum of elements of left subtree plus sum of elements of right subtree. And the same thing again, we have to calculate root value plus elements of left subtree plus elements of right subtree, and so on until we arrive at null where the function returns 0 because it's the base case. Then results start going up until we go back to the root, where we can now calculate the sum of elements of the whole binary tree. Even if this process seems complex, but it can be expressed in less than 10 lines of code. We just define the function, it takes the binary tree whose sum we want to calculate, then we have the base case, where the root is null, we return 0 as said earlier. And in the general case, we get the sum of elements of the left subtree, we get the sum of elements of the right subtree, and we return root value plus left sum plus right sum. That's it. Now, if we wanted to describe the process we use here in a more general way, we'd say that it follows 4 steps. The first step, finding one or more base cases, a necessary step in recursion. Second step, calling the same function on the left subtree. Third step, calling the same function on the right subtree. And last step, joining the results. For example, here we join them by using addition. And the cool thing with this process is that, as said in the title, it can solve almost every binary tree problem. You want to get the sum of elements, get the sum of elements of left subtree, get the sum of elements of right subtree, and join results with root value by using addition. You want to get the maximum value of the tree, get the maximum value of the left subtree, get the maximum value of the right subtree, and return the maximum between the root value, left max, and right max. You want to get the height of the tree, get the height of both subtrees, and return 1 plus the max between them. You want to check if a specific value exists in the tree, then check if it's equal to the root value, or it's in the left subtree, or it's in the right subtree. You want to reverse a binary tree, reverse its left subtree, reverse its right subtree, and swap the left node with the right node. And I can continue like that with more and more examples, but I think that you got the idea. In Brief, the next time you want to solve a binary tree coding problem, you should try to apply this trick on it. I'm not saying that it will always work, but there is a high probability. And speaking of coding problems, you have to know that I release a new course that covers 50 popular interview coding problems. A course that will increase your skills in algorithms, data structures, time and space complexity, and problem solving, because it covers problems on different data structures by using different algorithms techniques, while always analyzing time and space complexity. And the cool thing about this course is that each lecture is divided into 3 parts. The first part where you have the problem description, examples, and the compiler to test your solution on different test cases. Then the second part where I explain the solution in an animated video, followed by solution code in 4 programming languages, and time and space complexity of each solution. And the third part, the comment section, where you will be able to ask questions about what you didn't understand, and I will personally answer. So if you're preparing for coding interviews or competitive programming, or you just want to have better problem solving skills as a programmer, you should definitely have a look on it. You will find the link in the description. I hope that you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, activate the bell, and see you in another video, or in the course, or maybe both. It's up to you.
Les cosmogonies sans conséquence. Où les larges étalages du fromage iront ici à la fois. Les investigations.
Get the power of 3, the Intel Pentium 3 processor. Get the power of 3, the Intel Pentium 3 processor. Get the power of 3, the Intel Pentium 3 processor. Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world. Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world. Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
When your wireless laptop has technology designed for great battery life, you can do the things you want to do. Make sure it has Intel Centrino mobile technology built in. See what it's like to fly. Get a wireless laptop with technology designed for mobile performance. Make sure it has Intel Centrino mobile technology built in. Want to get rid of the wires? Get a wireless laptop with technology designed for lightweight. Make sure it has Intel Centrino mobile technology built in.